Hello. It's time to hunt. I came up with that on the spot. It's a pretty good one. Zombies hunting the player. Okay, not really hunting, but, you know, looking for and then being aware of and then chasing. In that order. Okay. Whoa. Alright. I think I need a little bit more on this debug side. Really just for showing less of the debug. I'd like to be more aware of when I'm seen and not necessarily like fields of vision, things like that. It's helpful to see and I can turn it on if I want, but I don't need it all the time. So I'm just gonna do a few of these just so I can like hide some of this because it's too much. It's definitely too much noise for like one guy. Even one zombie, it's way too much. Definitely would be helpful if I'm like, I don't know, in the future I just want to see, hey, if I put a zombie there and I'm up here, can you see me? You know, that kind of thing. And I think I want to have this cone just be there all the time. Instead of drawing it only like once, or like for like a half second, because it flashes, that flashes way too much. It's really flashy. And then I'll just have some colors, division, debug, cone color. It's a pretty good color. You gotta get these colors. So I have a sphere. Show cone, show raycast. So, sight points. Show sight points on the target being tested. This is just the base sight point color. This is the line of sight color. I have, this is not line of sight color. with a line. Keep getting eyelashes like going to my eye. Block color and then debug sphere block color. Maybe I just kind of use the same color actually as the yeah, I'm just gonna use the same color there. I don't see a reason to use a different color. So I think what I'll do for ready is I'm just going to attach the cone to the eye being tested, and every time the eye changes, I will just translate it to that eye or reparent it. Because the eye is an actual node, so. Does the zombie call super ready? It does not. Does player call super ready? It does. So why do we not do it here? Collider.shape equals collider shape. That's actually weird. That is actually really weird. This should really have a set. Oh. What? Collider shape is somewhere. Do I already actually have it on the set? I do. Okay, I do. Being a bit silly there. So I guess I don't have to call the ready? It would be nice if I could take that out. Thing is, these are working though. These are working. That works correctly. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so I think what I actually do is when I do the show, I have the eye. I guess what I do is I start by saying okay, I guess I do have this make cone FOV transform. It's not really... Alright, let me leave it on init, and then I will do... a set FOV thing. Just do that. Yeah, and I guess if I do set FOV, I actually can also set the transform of it, because this is a node, so I can do that too. So I have distance, and that is the radius. I guess I would just do set size, distance, and this. That kind of makes more sense. So we start with the identity, and then we do this. Transform as identity, distance, and there's something here that I want to be able to do. Scroll past end of file. Nice. Just leave it at 80. Okay, so we rotate, and then we move up. Huh. Cool. So when I want to track this as a shape. Vision, or I guess this should just be debug vision cone. There we go. If debug vision cone, I think there's a thing that you can say like, yeah, cancel free. Never mind. I saw that before, but I didn't really know what it was, so I guess I actually don't have it. Can I do like call deferred and then cancel the call? I guess I can start a timer. And when that timer ends, it checks a value on this class. It checks if debug vision cone is off, and if it's off, it deletes it. Essentially, I want this debug stuff to act as... Or I want this debug cone, the vision cone, to sit on the eye. That's just used. I can't think of a good way to do this. The way that I want to do it. Because all these returns are gonna... Okay. I was gonna say, I only want this to update while test division is called. But I actually do need process to be running. So... I'm gonna do that. I don't think I need delta there. Or even just physics process. Yeah, I'll just put these on physics process. Okay. And I just have to make sure that in physics process, I am calling super. Okay. Alright, and now I can... If the debug vision cone is visible... I guess what I do is I put this on the next eye, because every time... Or how does this exactly work? Yeah, next eye is always added to 1, or adding 1 before we use it. Alright, let me change this to the next, so that the current value of next eye is what we use. Instead of actually the next one. I guess the only spot. Is that right? Yep. Cool. So we grab our eye index as our current value. We increment this. And then we may return right away because we don't have anything. What is that? Yeah, vision, FOV, and range is too low. Let me instead actually check, not like this, but if vision debug enabled. Let me just do not, just return, because I don't think I'm going to do anything else here. Well, okay, not exactly like that. Yep, now I'm... Let's just do this. If we're not, I can just check if I have a debug cone. Cool. Otherwise, everything else we're going to draw instantly. We're not going to actually move it around on the call. This one is just to place... Yeah, this is pretty much just for the debug vision cone. I guess I should do if not debug vision cone, then I would create it, and then I can set that every time. Just make new ones, set those every time, and then I will attach it to the current eye. Are eyes node 3Ds? They have to be. Yeah, because they need an orientation. So I guess I get the eye, and then I check if the debug vision cone parent, get parent, reparent. Okay, so I guess not. I guess. If we don't have a parent, then we have to add it to I. Instead of V applies transformations, good. Okay. So if we want to show the vision cone, I guess I would say otherwise if we also have a debug vision cone, then do this. Let me call this like update. Update debug vision cone. Should probably be underscored. Cool. If debug is not enabled, if we have it, remove it. If we don't show the debug cone, if we have it, remove it. If eyes is empty, we have it, remove it. If we don't have one, make one. Set the color and FOV, which will update the transform. And then we put it on the current eye. That's gonna be checked. Okay. That one's done. And then if vision debug is enabled, I don't need to do that. If vision debug enabled and vision debug show raycast. What is the sphere? Show sight points. Sight only. So essentially this means we'll only draw the point. If we have this turned on, if this is true, then I'm only drawing points and rays that make it. Vision show raycast. We draw those. Debug sphere create. This should be a hit color, right? Sight point color. Yeah, sight color. This is sight point color. And wait a second. Do I have show sight points separate? Show sight points on the target being tested. If vision debug is enabled, let's say if show raycast show sight points. Cool. All right. So if vision debug is enabled and we are not showing only sight, this is a block. So it'd be a block color, a block color. I guess this isn't really that. Yeah, it's not really that. Okay. If vision debug is enabled, if we are showing raycast, we do this, side color. If we're showing side points, then we draw a larger debug sphere of the side color. If debug is enabled and we show side points and we're not only showing hits, we do this. And I guess I actually check here if raycast side only is on, then I also need to show this one. We draw the smaller sphere. I'll leave a note. If it's site only, actually never mind, I don't want to do that. Okay. So the cone attaches to the eye. Is this kind of expensive to check? It's a little expensive, I think. This is constantly updating. Right, I'll be back in a minute. Gonna let the dog out. I'm back. It is a little expensive. Maybe... I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it like that. If debug is turned off, then it doesn't run at all, right? It's like 2 lines. So it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Let's do default everything. Hey, Danilin. Steve. I'm not Steve. Cool. Looks like a vision code to me. Though it doesn't seem to be updating there, which is odd. Oh, that's range. Cool. Okay. Looks good to me. So I don't think I need cone. Well, honestly, this should probably be even lighter than that. That alpha can be really low, I think. Even lighter. Okay. Alright, that's pretty good. I don't really need to see cone. I'll do raycast, side only, and I guess side points. Ooh. Alright. He spawned instantly. Oh. She got like blinded. Alright, yeah, I think I'm gonna say that I can't see inside of those ones. That's a bit aggressive. I'm so sorry that Hooters is closing down. You'll never get the chance to go there again. You mean permanently? The whole franchise? I know they're firing a lot of people. Let me see, the cone has that on, but this one does not have it on by default. Do it like this. All right. So I'm only showing line of sight hits. Good. Okay. Now I want to make it so, let's do it simple here. Why do I have this written? What is that? I don't know. So vision, all right, pathing. I think this is kind of the big line right here. If active target is null, idle, and we just stand still. update rotation. So I think update target position does all the stuff. Yeah, it does everything. So I think I probably take this out. Here's what I'm thinking. I think I take this out from there. And when I just make it so when I call update target position, I don't find targets. Currently what it does is it finds targets. So kind of a lot of this has to go away. Will this set active target? This will not. Okay, this Python, JavaScript, and SIM cards are some of the worst technologies that still exist. I disagree. I'm not sure about I'm not saying anything about SIM cards. That's like kind of, I feel like that's just thrown in there kind of randomly. Python on JavaScript is great though. They should add static typing to JavaScript though. That'd be cool. It would make the language harder. And that's the only reason it would make the language harder. There's a bunch of stuff here. Switch for simple chase while waiting for pathing update. I feel like I kind of want to gut this. I feel like I don't want to have any of this at all. All right, let's do this. Let me just cut all of this out. And we're not going to do update target position here. This will be purely on vision. Or vision can set something. I'll put it all here. The senses do get a bit... Target's already declared. The senses do get a bit difficult because I want them to be able to see and hear. And I guess also feel if they get shot. But then I'll also have one in the future, the smarter zombie will have more senses. So how do I manage this sense thing? I've got them all pasted in here. They basically keep people hostages. People need that to make emails and bank accounts and other. No. I'm pretty sure you can always walk to those locations. Banks especially. You don't need a computer or internet connection to have a bank account. Banks didn't exist. Banks weren't invented after cell phones. They were there before cell phones. Emails, tell your employer that you don't have an email. If that's the reason. Well, like very much if Lua was the default for the world, Python or JavaScript. I have never used Lua. Okay, I've technically used it to like set up Vim stuff, but I've never actually used Lua. I think Roblox uses Lua, right? That's their language? Dude, what are you talking about? Alright, so let me do on the zombie a vision rate. Something like that. Combat, probably. Oh, target detection is actually exactly where it should be. Target detection. Zombie sits out new targets. How far to be aware of potential targets? Okay. I feel like this kind of goes away. I think that goes away. It's gonna be more of a hearing and... Okay, well, hearing has like no range. Sight will have a range. How far do we aware potential targets? Yeah, that just goes away. The vision here, vision range, eyes, side points on character base. So let me seek on targets. Should this probably be like, this should probably be the new custom thing, shouldn't it? Group enable. Okay. It's not on by default. Never mind. It is not on by default. What is this? I use something here. Checkbox only. This way I can still see it. Even when I have it. There we go. Cool. Another thing that makes me mad about Python is the amount of dependencies you need for something simple. You want to test this AI program? Download Python 3.10 content 7 of requirements txt. I think if you're trying to solve a problem that requires that much, then you should use a different language. Python is great as an interpreted language. Like the way that Godot uses it, I think is great. I don't have to download or do anything. I just have Godot and I type in Python. And I don't have to download anything. If you have to download dependencies, you should probably be using at least JavaScript. Or you're doing AI training and that's just become the language for that. Target groups to search for. Let me just call this target groups. Active target. There is a concept of keeping a list of targets, and an enemy would attack the target that has dealt the most damage to them, or like dealt the most recent damage to them. Like a function, okay? So if I deal 100 damage, I have an instant value of 100. I go to the top of the list. The guy will target me. This value ticks down. So if I do 100 damage in one shot, and another guy is like doing 1 damage at a time, at like the 50 yard mark, over time, my 100 damage is dropping down. It reaches 50. Their damage is taking up. Maybe more like 30 or something. So once he reaches 30 recent damage, he'll switch to that guy. But these are zombies, so how do they switch targets? I'm not doing multiplayer. But can they target? Can they be aware of more than one thing at a time? I'm going to have so-called smart zombies. They need to be aware of the player. They also need to be aware of signs of a player, so like dead zombies, bullet casings on the ground. They need to be aware of explosive zombies because they will avoid them. They won't get too close to those ones. Are those... Alright, maybe I just keep staying simple and I build off of a simple thing. If I keep it simple enough and don't engineer too much right up front, then it's easier to build on that. That's not how the world runs, is it? A bunch of Docker containers and outdated dependencies that don't work with any other version besides the one listed. Do your own thing, and you don't have to worry about that. The world works how you want it to work, to an extent. If you don't want to deal with Docker containers, you don't have to. Don't let people try to convince you that you have to. Okay, let me just say he has one target that he knows about, and let me even say active target. It's got to be a character base. I won't accept anything else. It's got to be a character base. Target search rate. Update deviation for randomized target updates. I feel like these are... Let me maybe keep these for now. And if I don't end up using them, then I will remove them. But if I end up wanting them, then I will use it. Keeping it simple, yeah. I like to feel smart enough that I can do everything, I can plan for everything up front and then just write it all out. Okay, so speed target groups is target groups duplicates. So pathing only cares about an active target. This means we have an active target, so we start doing this stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to take the timer out from here. I'm going to call this like a vision update rate. Also, these are all set to target. Target detection. Let me do a subgroup. Okay, this will be vision update timer. Timer's greater than 0, otherwise timer is going to be this and vision update rate. So we do eyesight here. How does this look? Target search groups not declared in the current scope. Right, target groups. If node is not, and this will return character base. If node, let me say if node, if not, is instance of. There we go. And I'm pretty confident that this is working now, so I can just probably cut that out, simplify it a little bit. Also, does scene tree have a better... Yeah, tough. They should really have a method that you can pass it an array of groups. Hey, Yulia. If I could pass an array of groups, then I wouldn't have to do this checking on my end. That could be handled here and be a bit faster. Target cache. So target cache has to... I guess I keep it like that. The guy who invented Docker is on my list. Your list of what? Okay, so I'm just starting simple. My active target, if not target enabled, active target is null. Return. If we're going to do an update, I will say this again. Test vision. Well, yeah, I'll just keep it like this. Test vision, act float 32 array. So we'll do visual. Test vision. if I think it's like visual find? No. Some? No. The I'm going to jail list. Okay. They're gonna go to jail? Dang. How do I... I guess I just look through each of these. If we're greater than or equal to 0, active target equals this target, and I think I just do return. And then I guess I do... What is this? Oh, this has to set target position. Right, this has to do navigation. You know what, let me do this. Let me say we do vision. We do all of our senses. Okay. Nah. Sense. Path. And this will be selection. Why not? Do target selection, delta, float. And all that we do here is we just... I guess that should actually be an... Okay, well... Okay, I might be jumping the gun a little bit. This is doing target selection. I'll just leave that there as a comment because I want to do that. The Bible calls it the place of suffering. That's where they are going. Pathing will handle if active target is null. Don't move if attacking. Okay, if active target is null, update. This can be update target position. So I have an active target. This needs delta. Okay, where did I pull that from? I pulled that from somewhere. I'm going for a nap. All right. It's right below get potential targets. Is where I put it. But it will be a bit different. My ADHD is strong today, so I couldn't read all chat. All I saw was Python, a Bible, place of suffering. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's pretty much it. Galen is a Python hater. So this won't be doing searching like that. Yeah, this won't do any of that. I don't think it even does this. Update target position. I think I pretty much just say this right at the start. This is kind of written wrong before. Target search accumulator. If target search accumulator, target update accumulator is what I'm looking for. I just return. Okay, so I know that I have an active target. If I don't have an active target, return. Lua supremacy. I hope she grows to love Python. Wow. Okay. We don't need to talk about all that. Active target, global position, distance squared. What is this? Oh. If the target moves far, let me note that. Or just leave a comment. Get yourself an Asian girlfriend. Alright, I'll do that. After I make this game. Deviation. Target update distance. If the target's updated position deviates this far, recalculate pathing. Update accumulator. This can just be right at the top. And it doesn't have to have this delta here. If target update accumulator is less than that, we're done. What? Oh, so this should be minus? Wait, what? Randomized accumulator returns a value. Rand normalization. Feature creep? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately a girlfriend is not in scope for this game. The girlfriend is out of scope here. What is this doing? Why didn't I document this? A normal distribution with a mean of 0 and a deviation of 0.2. What the hell is that? I think what I should be doing is setting what? What? You don't know anything. Alright, keep that in mind. Only I know things. And if there's something I don't know, then no one knows. So, I don't know. I know what the intention of this is. It looks weird. Because I'm adding... I start at 0. I can go above or below. Alright, I guess I mean... Okay, I guess this makes sense. I think I want to change this to randomized timer though, because that's kind of crazy. Call this randomized timer. I'll have a base time float and then a deviation float. So this will be clamped between 0 and nothing, or just max. Between base time and deviation here. Yeah. If I don't know something, then no one else knows. What? He'll accidentally make God with a bug. I'm gonna create artificial life by accident, making these zombies. Randomize timer. And these should always be like that, because this is just weird. It's just weird. Randomize timer, update rate, and then deviation. Things like target update deviation. Yeah. And I'm changing this to timer. Because accumulator, it no longer is. It's a timer. And then search actually does go away. Search does go away. And I want this to be down here. Target detection, I guess this kind of goes up here. Target groups, target location update rate. Location update deviation. Location update. Whatever. You're engaged with my nonsense today? Usually you just shrug at my ignorance and move on. I mean, I am not just gonna not read messages. Let me call this target position, because that's the word I'm using here, and it's weird to change the word. target position update rate and target position update deviation. Let me call this update random, and this will be update target position update deviation. Right, these are better names. There you go, wait, never mind. Speaking of wild news, there's a new Unreal Engine 5 Korean MMO that looks exactly like the last 5 ones. Things for $35 a month sub. I think MMOs that charge money were only possible for like the very short period of time where internet was expensive and games were uncommon. And they just got lucky. And they're the only ones who are allowed to do that anymore. The whole MMO genre is outdated. Yeah. I played this one game on PlayStation. It was like free to play. I don't even remember what it was called anymore. But it was definitely an MMO and it was interesting, and that was like the only one I've ever played. But that game instantly felt like I've played it 100 other times before. It really just feels like it's really easy, or the game is so hard to set up and to create that it essentially just becomes a reskin of what already works. And you can't do anything else. Because it's already so expensive to create and build from scratch that you can't really do anything. Update timer minus, if it's greater than 0, return randomized timer, target position update random rate, position update deviation. We set the new position. And I was just thinking about what happens if we've never set a target position. It will start at 0. But as long as we don't have an active target, and I'm pretty sure even if it happens to be that 0, it just happens to be close to where our active target is, and that's fine. We can just make that the position. That will be the default. Okay, so update target position is really slimmed down there. Vision will set the target and then be done. If it's not enabled, we set it to null. If we can't see, we don't have a target. Do pathing. If we don't have navigation, we don't do anything. Start our movement at 0. If we're on the ground, we can do targeting. If we don't have a target, we do idle. Nothing. Let's just start updating target position and then we start moving. Okay. So I think that should all be set up for... Oh man. Where are the defaults? weird. I'm not sure why that's not showing anything. Yeah, see, now they're all... OSRS, I don't even know what that is still alive and currently the third biggest MMO because it's simple, so easy to implement new mechanics and cheap to maintain, so they're not too desperate for money. MMO needs a whole new strategy. No one figured out yet. The studio behind the Dune MMO is announcing layoffs. They need, what is it? They need... Sword Art Online, that's what they need. They need to make that. The MMO whose story is written by AI. Not exactly like that, just like a system whose story and goals can be updated through like simple rules. You can just add a character to the world and say, hey, this character really wants to take over the world, and like he'll just start creating quests or something like that. But you can't talk to them. You cannot let the character just actually talk to an AI chatbot, because then that's when your game can break very easily. Why did we stop? Ah, because I don't know how to program. Old school RuneScape. What about old school RuneScape? Do they do that? Okay, well this guy can't see me. Right? So that's why he's not doing anything. So if I walk in front of him, he's gonna be like, oh! Oh, yep, there he goes. Okay. And that's fine that he's doing that. I expected that to happen. Now I should just be able to... Okay, yeah, I got away from him, right? Oh, old school OSRS is what... I've never... That is the first time I've seen someone type OSRS, meaning old school RuneScape. I have not seen that. I've played that game. They're a bit silly. Alright, but he's, okay. Good start. He only comes after me when he sees me. So I'm gonna go ahead and send everything that I've got right now, because I'm sure I've probably got a lot. I do have a lot, because I have like a temporary commit in there too. And that just changed for some reason. And also this needs to be saved because it's being done. Oh, I think I sent that as, yeah, I sent that as like part of the temp commit. Something like EVE Online, the whole content is generated by the players. I think that's the one that I played. Is EVE Online on PlayStation? It's like free on PlayStation. Nope. 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 No. Definitely not. Nope. Thanks, Adblock. Definitely not. Why would that name was really weirdly familiar though? That's not the game I played. Never mind. There was an E. I feel like there was an E. I feel like EVE Online is really close to the name somehow. An IDE? What do you mean IDE? Like text-based? What PlayStation? I have 4. That's a risky thing to search, actually. Let me not search that one. Yeah, I have 4. And I say risky because it's very likely Google's like, oh, PlayStation 4, here's a store next to you. Here's your address. I've got the map, I've got the route planned out for you right there. Go get it. Debug sphere. Okay, just a random line of code that's not needed. Can't type. I think what I gotta do is I just have to... Google Chrome lets you like set up different accounts, or like different logins or something, so your browser like stores different data. Firefox, I don't know why it doesn't have that. Like I might just get Chrome or maybe something else just so I can only use that browser for streaming. I mean, honestly, actually, you know what the real problem is? The real problem is that I kind of just let, I let Google access my location is probably what the problem is. Never mind, I don't even know how to turn that off, actually. Alright, well, I guess Google can just access my location, and I can't stop them. They just know. Alright, what have I got here? Why is bolt changing? I don't know. So character base, I think I want to send all of that. That has to call physics process because this does things. That has to call physics process. Target cache. Update target position, update target position. I did not seriously write that. My favorite comments are the ones that are the exact words of the function call beneath it. Those are my favorite comments. So yeah, that line moved down. That timer thing went away. Is there extra lines above this do vision? There's an extra line there. Let me do git... What am I doing? I almost typed git restore dot. I almost did it. That's dangerous. Okay. I'm curious about the that MMO. Try to find what it is. All I know is that I found it because I went on PlayStation, and I don't really have any games. All I have is like God of War or something. But I was just on my PlayStation. I'm like, I wonder what I can like download and play for free. So I went to their like store, and it was like the top suggestion. It was like right on the front page or something. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I feel like there might have been an E in there. Maybe not necessarily the word Eve. There might not even be a word that starts with E. I just felt like somehow Eve Online made me think that that was the game I played. It's fantasy world, not science fiction. I don't even remember the weapons, honestly. I remember so little from it. I don't even know like what you do, actually. Yeah, I don't remember anything about like what enemies there were, what weapons you used. I'm sure it's like swords and something like that. I don't think it was maybe JRPG kind of like that. That's all I got. That's all I can remember. This was years ago, and I think I played it for maybe an hour, and that was it. Okay, support controller movement. Vision stuff for character base. Good old comment vision stuff. If you can find it, I would be surprised. Because I just pretty much described like the most generic MMO possible. Yeah, that narrows it down, yeah. Wait, I mean, literally, I don't even remember if I fought any enemies. I actually did, like, that's how little I remember. I don't even know if I did anything. The most I can remember is I walked into, like, a plaza area and I was by, like, a water fountain, and that's it. I mean, probably just search for, like, free PlayStation MMO. It might be Terra. Terra sounds familiar. Terra. The thing is, I don't even remember enough to like say if this actually is it or not. I need to see like this plaza or something that they had. These are crazy screenshots, by the way. This isn't even gameplay. This is just like shots of particular screenshots of female characters. Is all this is all I'm getting here. Yeah. I mean, I played like none of this game. It might be this one. I feel like it probably is. The name is familiar. This is not familiar though. The name is, but this is not. I don't know if they did like a rebrand since they released it. Terra MMO female. Top search. A good one, hopefully. That one might be good. I can't remember. No longer available on the Steam store. Tough. I mean, if it's still on PlayStation, I'm sure it's free there. So if you've got PlayStation, I mean, that's actually probably the only place you can get it now. Or maybe they do their own launcher. It's probably dead. Could be. Yeah, so I'm trying to send all of this right now. That's what I'm trying to do. That's all good stuff. Player scene. What is that? Node paths. Site points. Oh, that's unique name. Okay. Side points doesn't have to be a unique name. Doesn't actually need that. Also, I didn't put any on the zombie yet. What's going on here? Do I... Why is that still in node paths? That's not the unique name. Never mind. That's not the unique name. That's just the name of a value that stores node paths. That's what that means. I'm shocked Ubisoft did not shut down the crew private server yet. I don't think you talked about that. They were, though. They, like, announced that they were going to shut it down. Checkbox only. Active target groups is an array of string. Active target, character base. Is there an option yet for like group names? No. Yeah, I guess not. I feel like they gotta add that at some point. They gotta make it so you can pick group names. They shut it down, then a group revived it on a private server. Oh, okay. As long, if they never have plans to make a server, then they won't shut it down. They shouldn't. Okay. Physics process. If his target's cached, we clear the cache. His target's cache is false. Sense selection pathing. I just moved the update target position down one step. Do vision. Actually, I just realized I don't want to move that down. I want that to stay where it is. There was this piece here. I want this timer to keep ticking, even if I don't have anything to be updating for. So this actually needs to move back up. That's why I check for a target as active target here. Here. So that way I can tick this timer even if I don't have an active target. Essentially, I don't want to freeze that timer just because there's no one in front of him. Or there's no one to update for. I want that timer to keep going. So change the name of that. I added some stuff there. Adding that. Update get potential targets should probably move after that. Otherwise, it's just making this really weird. It's doing this weird stuff. Well, it's more like I pulled that out of this function. Is what's happening. Oh, that one's just gonna be weird. I'll leave it weird. Because of the backlash and the active useless lawsuit that they'll win anyway, seems like they don't want more problems. So if COD Black Ops 7 got cracked day 1, turns out they still didn't fix their DRM, I'll die. Probably. I feel like they might know at this point that DRM is just I don't even know. I don't even know what they think it does. Maybe just like home pirating, but most people don't do that. I feel like they actually will go online and get it. Okay, so those changed. Yeah, node paths is just like it's just saying like this property stores node paths. I don't know why they have to say it like that, but and then these rotations don't seem like they're changing, they're just getting more accurate because of the double, so I'll leave that because I am modifying the file anyway. Okay, those changes are stupid, but whatever. Can 3 really not be represented exactly? Is that true? Where's this tab? Do I have it? I feel like all the integers are actually representable. All the integers up to some value are representable precisely. It's, yeah, you can represent this exactly. So why is it adding a bunch of zeros and a 4? What? It's not doing any math. It's just reading the value that I type in. It straight up read 3 and decided, oh, we need to save this as 3. Let's save it as 3. What? Battle.net was notorious. Kept COD safe for probably 5 years now until last year. What does that mean? Like the requirement to play the game, you just have to play it through Battle.net? Why are those moving, man? Why are we doing this? That makes me so mad. I mean, I'm not gonna care. I'm not gonna care. I'm not gonna care. Although it infuriates me, I'm not gonna care. This has come back again because I made the mistake of hitting save while not having this open on 3D. Debug sphere deleted. Is this just moved? It probably will be moved. Search groups append target. Oh, the scene. Yeah, the scene got deleted. Target spawn count 5 to 1. I guess I can leave it actually at 5 and 5. This doesn't really need to change. Node name player. I guess I need to like reset these. And then click here and reset this. That one does stay on. And then I guess I can check zombie and make sure he is staying normal. Okay. Oh, he needs target search. He needs zombie target here. Player moved, I deleted debug sphere, added debug stuff, changed that. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think everything's good there. One last check. Do I want to do anything from README? Nope. Okay, so character base I changed the player scene, changed the zombie scene. Those files got moved. I really want to keep that file as a move. Okay, so let me do this. Let me just stash stash that. And okay. Ignore, close, because I don't want you to save that. In fact, let me do quit and not save. Okay. And 1 second. Okay. So where am I moving this? I'm moving this to scene, or sorry, I'm moving it to script debug. I'm just moving it there. Script debug. And I'm moving it into there. Rename, cool, okay. Setting that. Entering EX mode, type visual to go to normal mode. What does that mean? What? I don't know what I just did there. That was weird. I have not seen that before. Wrong thing. But thanks for the help anyway. I wanted to see those. Zombie backup. How old is that? I would like to apply 0. Both added. Yes, so I want this. And then I want this. It really couldn't detect that that was a move. That was actually so few changes. Okay, now I have to check. Script debug. Debug sphere. Wait, why is the move not here? The UID file not there. I don't know. That one changed. Remove that. Added init. Set color. Had that removed. Okay. I guess it actually was a lot of difference, but okay, let me quit. Make sure everything is still good. Because I did kind of mess up by doing it like that. With Godot open. Oh, actually, I guess the move happened already. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that already... Whatever. Status, modified. I'm not sending any of that. But I am sending everything else. Alright, that all looks good. And then a weapon resource to have switches or just parameters or settings. Can I spell? Visualization. Jeez. Cool. That's all that was. Yes and no. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and add this one. Alright, so now we're like totally fine. And I should have checked the log, but I definitely know I did it right because I did get reset soft, and that's exactly how I do it. Okay. Cool. I've got too many tabs. No, I don't think I need, yeah, I don't need terrain open. I didn't mean to click that. I'll keep those open. Don't need that. Don't need that. I don't need that. Yeah. Cool. I think I gotta take out Gaussian Apostles. It's too much. Every time it comes up, I'm like, it's too much. I think it's really good. I don't know. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I'm not sure. I feel like it's too much, but maybe it's that I just need more, still more songs. Which I definitely do. Okay. So I'm going to start upgrading the zombie AI slowly. The next thing it needs... Let me go ahead and write down... Let me just make a list of exactly what I want to do. So he needs to... remember targets. Remember targets. Remember last target position and still path to it. So if he does lose eyesight, he's still going to keep going. Let me do this first. Split sensing and split sensing and target navigation. So I think instead what I will do is I will have my senses, which just update like some value. So seeing will say, here's a target location, or here's like, I don't know, it'll just say like, here's the target that I see, right? Hearing will say, here's the sound that I heard. And then target navigation will read through those and say, all right, we saw somebody, let's make that our goal. We heard something, let's pick a spot somewhere over there and try to go there, right? Just setting our navigation. Split sensing and target navigation. Sense will set stimulus. Navigation will select a target location to travel. Remember last seen target position and still path to it. If line of sight. Well, okay. So if I set it up like that, then I don't know, isn't AI usually like you set, you process your senses, you set goals, and then you set actions on those goals, right? Or you act on those goals? I mean, how detailed do I want to get here? I know that the smart zombie is going to need something like this. He's basically going to be like fully autonomous. He's going to be creating goals for himself. Primary goal is to locate the player. No stimulus might even create a goal that's just wander for a zombie. Where we'll walk kind of more just like in a direction. Turn some direction and then walk forward. Really. I mean, the goals can even be more complex than that. Like even for a zombie, a goal might be, you know, maybe there's still some like human thought in there where it's like, oh, I gotta go get groceries. So maybe the zombie just says, you know what, I feel like walking to a particular restaurant. And he'll just start going. He'll just go over to the restaurant. Maybe he'll then decide to like walk inside. Like go inside building. All right. I think the order here is sense. So we run some things that will sense. Then we have goal selection. So from our senses, we just basically create a list of goals. And then we'll create a list of goals from our senses. We'll select a goal. And then we have another stage that just checks what the current goal is and tries to accomplish it. So let's do this. Split AI into sensing, setting important details by reading senses. I guess I do this. goal selection. Process important details and pick a goal, and then action. Process goals and act on them. Okay. So how intense do I want to do that? I think I could set something up so I can do it more like a resource system. I think most AI things, what they do is they have a sort of memory, which is just a dictionary of keys and values. And then they have a state machine that does pretty much everything. It does sensing, goal selection, and action all at once. There's even the issue if I make it actually a little bit more engineered, I can run into issues. I'm gonna have more problems, really. I will make more problems to solve. Like, am I allowed to have multiple goals? I guess I probably should, right? Especially for a smart zombie, maybe goal 1, chase player. Goal 2, don't go near the exploding zombies. Right? Those are like two things it wants to do at the same time. So how does it do that? Right? Or should it just be one goal, chase player? And part of the chase player goal is buried in there. Check if I'm near an exploding guy and path around him or something. I feel like I could probably set it up kind of how Guide does this, where they have actions. Vehicle realistic is probably a simple one. So I put actions over here, right? And I can reuse them. So vehicle realistic and vehicle tank use a lot of the same actions. Okay, well, vehicle tank isn't actually set up yet, but I have accelerate, brake, reverse, steer, all that stuff. Headlights, horn, exit. So the idea there is I could set up a goal or a sense that has some function it runs and it sets some value to a name. And the reason why I want to do that is because the sense might set a key named player location or just target body. And then one of the goals runs and it says, like, can I activate? And the goal can activate if this key exists. But I don't need to get that complicated, do I? It sounds nice. It sounds fun to make that, honestly. But it might be too much. It might be unnecessary. How configurable will this be? Let me think back on what I want. A basic zombie that can see and hear you. He has some excitement factor, which dictates how responsive he is, how fast he runs. Pretty pretty much that. Over time, those values decay if they're not seeing anything or hearing anything. During the day, they will wander around. I don't want them to be totally random. I actually would like them to walk distances, more just to get them to spread out. So if I spawn a zombie, I don't know, way up here, if I spawn one up here at this house, I don't want it to be the case where you just never see that zombie because you never go into this house. He should leave the house, go somewhere, maybe like the zombies all like kind of return back to their houses at night. You know, maybe that's what happens. Maybe I should think more about what I exactly want. Do I want that? Because if I want that, having a goal system where I can say, here's your goal, here's your schedule, even something like that, I would want that to be a resource so I could configure it. I could say, all right, resource, this is the name of the node of your house, or this is just the position of your house. So I could reuse this resource like house location and house goal. So several zombies could have a set house that they return to at night. Do I want all that? The intention of having that, like I said, is to make it so that if I spawn a zombie up here, they will cover some distance, but they're not just gonna like jitter around randomly like they're like Minecraft mobs or something, right? They're not just gonna like randomly jitter around and wander, maybe a little bit of wandering, but mostly like staying in the same spot, right? I don't want that. I would want it to be, if you're near the house, there's a chance you can see him because he might be, you know, walking up and down the sidewalk or something. That even kind of adds a level of predictability, because if you're aware of this zombie and what they do, you might say, all right, this zombie, I know that near this house, there's kind of always a zombie hanging out there. So I need to be aware of that. That kind of thing. You might always expect to find a lot of zombies maybe in parking lots, perhaps, or just near houses. You might expect to see quite a few of them, because a lot of them would just have goals there. I think it would just be more interesting if the zombies aren't standing around waiting for you to attack them and walk up to them. They will be traveling. Maybe I'll even have a really complicated one who's just like totally sticks to his schedule, right? He comes out of his house in the morning, he walks on the park, he hangs there for a few minutes, he goes to the parking lot for a few minutes, then he goes into one of these restaurants, and then he goes to the parking garage, and then he walks all the way home, and then he stays there for the rest of the night. And then he just does exactly that every day. Right, that would be, if I want that, which I think I would really like to have that, that would definitely need some scheduling. I need some way to write a schedule, which means that has to be a resource. Which would be good. I could have like data AI and I don't even know, maybe it would just be like a goal name, right? Like if the zombie doesn't have anything else to do, he follows his like goal schedule, his schedule goal. Which, I mean, I guess even the question is there, how does that act? I guess the actions are, a goal says, I want to go someplace, I want to do some action. Maybe a goal can even say like increase responsiveness, maybe, or like increase speed. So maybe once in a while you'll just see a zombie running down the road. He's not coming after you, but he's just running because that's his goal right now, is just to go running. He sets a location, he says, also I want to be like responsive, I want to be running. That could be cool. I think it's interesting. I think that fits what I want to do here. Like, the biggest thing is I don't want these guys just to be standing around waiting to see you. I want them to be obstacles. I want them to be a bit unpredictable, but also predictable in a human way. Okay. All right. What does this mean that I have? So I think I still have sensing. I think senses should still be functions. So I think a sense gets some dictionary to set values on, and it runs some code and to set a value on this dictionary. So that would be a vision sense would be it sets active target, right? I guess this would be like vision target, sight target. It sets like, all right, here's who I can see, or even it just sets a list. It goes through all the targets, checks if it can see them, and then says, yeah, I see that guy. And then there might be a goal downstream that says, all right, I want to know the guys I can see, give me that list. And it says, all right, I've got guys in my line of sight. I want to be called back when I'm processing, or I want to say, activate this goal. Maybe it even has a priority. It says, all right, goal chase player has a priority of 10 because I can see a player, right? And then it has another function later that processes, that says, all right, chase the player, right? Like, you're active now. Do what you want to do. And then those goals will have actions, so that action for a goal might be set a travel point. Maybe it can also do stuff with set travel point, set speed. That, I guess, right? And then I guess maybe the goal is also going to be asked, are you completed, right? Like, are you done? I guess even the goal, that would just be the same thing in like the sensing part. Like, is goal active? If it was previously active, like if it's a traveling goal to go to some location and it was previously active, then it's going to stay active. It's going to still say, yeah, my priority is still 10, I'm still going. And when the goal is done, it might be like, all right, my priority is 0. I've reached my location, I don't have anything else to do. Okay, I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom. I'm back. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the vision. Okay. So... Whoops. How did I do that? Oh, I just... No, it's... Whatever. Nothing. Anyway. I've got the vision. It's in there. So... what I want to do is start in script here. I don't really know. So I'm just going to do... Should it be in script or should it be in like AI, like a folder called? No, I'll just do it here. New folder. This will be... I feel like AI is too simple. Also, I feel like it's ruined because of LLMs. What is in... Is this a word? Thinking of automaton? Okay, not really. That's not a good name. Alright, AI it is. Maybe not even that. Maybe just like... Behavior might be a better name. Let's do behavior. Okay, so first thing I want is I gotta set up some resources here. So I'm gonna have one that's basically just a wrapper on top of a dictionary. Okay, well the first thing, I think the most basic one is gonna be memory. So let's get started with that one. And this one's gonna be... I think it's gonna be completely blank. No, it won't be completely blank. It'll have like a debug name. So... It will have a name. That's all it has. Okay. So then the next step up from this, I guess will be a... I need something to be like the super holder. Okay, well I know that I have this. I think I'll just have like mind. A resource. And it's just going to store memories. These are actually not good names. I feel like I need some title up front of this. Let's call it behavior. Sticking with the name. Actually, pull up memory bank instead. So this will have a memories, which would be a dictionary. Do they have typed? No. Yeah, just dictionary. Actually, I guess these really need more of a... These do need like a fixed name, actually. Not like that. They have a function, which is just name. Which returns a string name. And I will use a const here. No name. So this allows me to, essentially my idea here is that the memory is just like the base type, and goals and senses will retrieve a certain memory, and that memory has like a well-defined structure, so I don't have to worry about like typoing anything. And when they retrieve it, they will use this. They'll use name. Or when I save, I use name. Actually, yeah, how do I retrieve? How do I retrieve? These have to be stored somewhere as generic names. Can I override a static function? Sheet. Let me look at this. So they've changed stuff with how classes work. So let me look at this. Essentially, my wonder is, can I have a static function? So I could do... Actually, I guess what I really do is I just say name. I would just call it static and then name. And not like that. Actually, I still need that, because when I save the memory, I have to retrieve it as a name. Yeah, see if I'm gonna look if there's like this abstract thing. Because I think they just added that. I feel like they just added this abstract. See abstract classes and methods. Abstract classes, abstract at the top, and then I can say abstract method. Okay, so it is literally just the annotation abstract. Heck yeah. And then do I have to define it? Yeah, I don't have to define it now, so that's cool. Okay. So now it's required. I don't have this extra weird thing where I do this no-name stuff. Can I do variables? I mean, surely not, but yes, not. Yeah, I thought so. But can it be a variable? Okay. Store some type of information. So we just have debug name as a reserved value, and then we have unique name of this memory type. Okay. And let me check dictionaries. I feel like there might be something about dictionary I don't know. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Okay. I thought they had this. So dictionary cannot contain invalid keys or values. Okay, so I would have dictionary, string name, and memory. The only issue is that extending my class... Yeah, because I know that it won't be the exact same type, it'll be referable as the type. I mean, I guess the dictionary uses pointers to values anyway. I don't... I'm not sure. Let me just say it's a variance. No. I'll find out, I guess. I will find out. I don't think I really need to do this way. Do I have to do it this way? Why not? I may choose to change this. I may choose to change the structure in the future. So having an API out front will be nice. Also, yeah, this is probably why I want to do this. So yeah. There we go. Oh. Memory is assign? No. Should just be set. Get memory, save memory. I think it's kind of all this does. Do all these need to have ages? Does every memory have an age? I feel like that makes sense. I feel like they could be tracked. They have an age. Value stored as a copy. It will be a copy. Should probably be duplicate, true. Is that bad? Is that bad? Copies can be pretty bad. Maybe I allow myself to... Maybe I give myself a new function that doesn't return as a copy. Get memory. Yeah. returns a memory. If changed, so this just won't do a duplicate. And I can just do return. Save memory. Essentially the idea here is that I know, if for some reason I know that I kind of want to possibly modify something after saving or get it and modify it in place, then yeah. Anything else I think this needs? Yeah, I'll just do it like this. Okay. So I have memory, memory bank, and then I think I have, this would be mind. I don't exactly know everything it's going to have yet, but I do know that it will have, please. Jeez. I do know that it has, a memory bank at the very least. This will be pretty much everything. So on the zombie, I'd say like new mind, a zombie mind, right? And then I would set it up with goals. I'd attach memories, things like that. And this will have memory bank, goals, actions, and senses. Okay. Let's create a new one of those on init. One thing I'm kind of worried about with the resources, and maybe it's just a resource thing, but when I have stuff that's like a ref counted thing like this, if I were to write it like that, then every behavior mine that's ever made will use this default value. So they will all share the same memory bank. It'll be created one time and they all get the same value. Doing it like this guarantees that it's a unique value for all of them, which is why I think in somewhere one of these, in like the ready method, yeah, I call duplicate because for some reason these are, I mean, that's exactly what happens here actually. This target groups, because I initialized it to an empty array, they all share the same empty array. So I think that's what happens here. If I were to write it up there, they would all share the same memory bank. They wouldn't have their own unique one. So I want to be sure that it's unique. So for now, that's all it's got. Just stores a memory bank. I need a sense. And this will be an abstract. So a sense essentially just has a function, I think, that just sense it gets a, I guess they have a mind, right? Yeah, they should have the mind. They get access to the mind. I guess the behavior mind tracks a parent. So they should have a export parent, which I guess will just be a character base. I feel like I know for a fact they're always going to be character base. Oh, node export is only supporting node derived classes, right? So this has to be. I have a parent, then I do an export of a node path. And this will be set prior to init being called. So I can do parent. Would it be like, no, what do I do with node path? Can I do parent path like, how do I get scene tree? Would it be engine? Maybe. Okay, so this will be stored on. Okay, let me do this. I think all I have to do is just have a method here that says like set parent. Or I can just set I would just set parent on the zombie itself. Okay. So a sense gets the we get our mind, and that's, I think, all that it knows about. Yeah, I think that's all it does. And it does nothing. It returns no value. Maybe it could return an array of memories. Alright, this is probably a good place to like try to really compartmentalize this, make sure it's not doing, it's only doing certain things. So this could probably actually take nothing. I don't know. It kind of needs the parent, right? It needs a parent. I just don't want to ever write a case where a sense does anything with goals or anything like that. It just saves memories. All right, let's do this. The sense returns memories to be saved. I think it should return a memory name and that doesn't actually work. All right, let's do this. Logical function with a sense takes the character to sense for and an array of relevant memories. Okay, no, that's not very good. Never mind. Just, okay. I just got a pinky promise that I don't do anything crazy. Should only modify information on memories. Relevant to the that's all I should do. Okay. Because otherwise I start stacking stuff on, and now I'm doing array copies and all this dumb stuff that I don't really need to do. You know, just give me the data. Just give me the data. That's all it needs. Does this need to do anything else? Maybe this could have a debug name. Why is this a resource? It's a resource because certain senses may have parameters. That's why. Also, is this a string name? This should be a string name. There's probably too many empty lines here. Right, but that's better. Okay, I'm getting crazy. A little crazy. So these may have parameters attached to them, which are relevant to the sense. So I mean, that pretty much means that on the zombie, I'm going to take off the vision stuff comes off of that, and it will just be like update mind, something like that. So I have a sense, and then I think I need, not I think, I know what I need. I will have a action as the next step. Represents an action. Represents an action. Essentially, senses save memories. Goals process those memories and prepare a list of things to do. Not really a list, but the goals read the memories and call the actions. So an action might be set speed. And the reason I have it kind of split like this is the goals will be, the goals know what memories they're looking for, and they know what actions they're trying to take. And they're provided the memory by the mind, and then they're provided essentially an action name. So the mind would have do action, I guess. So it'll go to the goal will call action stuff, and the mind will call out to the owner to say, hey, parent, do this action. So it'll probably be like more like a signal, I guess, right? Signal act, and it takes what would I do? Do I just do like behavior action? Is that how this works? Does it have to be like that? So essentially, if I don't listen to the action, then nothing happens. The action would have a name, or it would have a type. So maybe I have an action called like increase speed. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that... I mean, that must be how you... Let me check. Uh... Okay. And then I guess this has a classic name for debugging. Yeah, I think these are super bare bones. I don't think these have anything. Anything but this. Hey, Yulia. Alright, now, goal is kind of the one that's going to be... I'm still not exactly... I have the idea for it, but I'm still not totally sure on... how it works. So I think goals are going to be split into two parts. I think I want it to be possible for there to be two active goals at once. So two goals can happen at once. So my thinking there is every goal essentially gets a processing step and they return a priority, which essentially says, I want you to call me as soon as possible. Or I'm not active, don't call me. I don't want to do anything. I'm not active. Or I'm active, but I'm not very important, so you can call me last. And maybe then I may still do nothing or do something. So the example here is a navigation goal and an avoidance goal. So the navigation goal would have a high priority, so we call it right away. Then the avoidance goal comes in and says, all right, I am aware of this explosive zombie here. It's called after navigation is set. So now I can go in there and maybe modify that navigation to say, all right, let's avoid this guy. Or it can just check, is my navigation going to take me into this zombie? Is it going to take me too close? All right, I need to change that navigation. Right? Can a goal change memories? Why would I want to do that? I would want to do that in case I have a low priority goal that's called last. After actions are taken, that then might look at some memory and say, let's forget about that. We need to forget this memory. That might be an example. All right, I think I'm going to say the promise of goals is that they're not going to change memories. They're just going to read memories. We're only going to read memories. We can take certain actions. We can have actions that change something, like navigation, an action that changes a route. Let me look at something real quick. I want to see what I have available to me for this navigation. So I have Navigation Agent 3D. Yeah, so Navigation Agent, you set your target position, that queues up a whole lot of stuff. A new navigation path is requested. Get navigation path. Is there a way to say, all right, I mean, I feel like Navigation Agent is just kind of a wrapper that kind of lacks a critical piece here, which is to change the path itself. The path for some reason is hidden away from you. You can't change it. When velocity is set, what is this? It says the new wanted velocity for the agent. The avoidance simulation will try to fulfill this velocity if possible, but will modify it to avoid collision with other agents and obstacles. When an agent is teleported to a new position, use set velocity forced as well to reset the internal simulation velocity. So is it enough to say, all right, here's the thing. Here's kind of a problem here. How do I make it so this guy is only avoiding when I want him to avoid? Would it be setting avoidance enabled? But then the problem is, okay, maybe it's not so much a problem. I guess the idea is I would have a goal that's like avoid certain zombie type. So we update the navigation path. This is called, I guess this would be called before. So this is a high priority thing. And it would just turn on avoidance and set the mask to whatever the explosive zombies are sitting on. I mean, I guess actually what could happen is it could set a mask and use like a unique value. So it would add that zombie to a certain layer to avoid. And then it would add that layer to this one's mask, or whichever way that is. And then it will turn on avoidance enabled. So that could like really helps to solve both problems. One, avoiding when he's not aware of something. So the goal only turns it on and will turn it off. It will turn it on and off. Yeah. And then it also avoids the fact where it could be avoiding something that it sees and something that it doesn't see. That would solve that problem too, because we're trying to like make unique layers and masks, I guess. I don't know, maybe I don't have to worry about that one. Like maybe it just is the case that if it's aware of something, then it will avoid everything that exists. No, that doesn't work, because what if it's avoiding something to go through a doorway, but there's another explosive zombie on the other side of the doorway that it doesn't know about? It would like refuse to walk inside because it's already aware of it. Hello? So I gotta figure something out for this to avoid things. Maybe this can do the safe velocity modification. Maybe it can do this. can I set safe velocity? Maybe that's all I do. Maybe I just modify velocity myself. Notifies when the collision avoidance. Yeah. Emitted every update as long as avoidance enabled is true. Yeah, I think what I do for the avoidance thing is it's going to be its own custom implementation. It can just read velocity. Because I can set velocity and then retrieve it later. So yeah, the first one can just do get next point and then set velocity, and then the avoidance can come in and change that velocity. 6 days until Kingmaker comes out. Do I know what that is? Oh, I do. Yeah. Was it you who already told me about this? Maybe it was Danilin? Someone sent me a video. The use of this function once every physics frame is required to update the internal path logic. Okay. Yeah. I haven't watched it yet, but I have it. I still have it open. Alright, maybe I don't need to think too much about it. It definitely seems possible. It doesn't change the structure that I'm going for, where I still have a method that I guess just a process. What is that? Missing node, missing resource. Interesting. Should watch it. I will on my own time. I just didn't watch it yesterday. Maybe I would actually do like update priority or like compute priority. I think update's probably better. Looks like you're game with a knight instead of zombie and a time traveling player in with a van. That sounds crazy. So I ranted pretty hard once about priorities because, what is it, some Minecraft mod system used priorities in a backwards way. A low priority is something called first. High priority was something called last. Which the logic there was, it's more the fact that they used high and low words specifically, but their values were backwards. So high priority was like 100, low priority was 0, which I don't know which way they had it. It was weird. Essentially, it got to the point where I had to set everything to low priority so that it would be called last, because I wanted it to like have the final say over something that happens. Dead Nile? That's a crazy way to spell it. Minecraft should stay in Java so it can die and I never hear about it ever again. Whoa. I mean, I have issues with Mojang, the company, but I still like Minecraft. Red. He is very loud. I hope that's not going through the microphone. I guess it would say like return 0. And larger values are called, or dude, do I know how to spell? More like, do I know how to type? I can't hear a thing. This is not a sound you want to hear. Okay. What do I call sense is just sense? Okay. Calls actions to be taken. Called only if update priority returned a positive value. with the order relative to other goals being in order relative to other active goals. So a part of goals here is that let me actually do that's probably export group. Let me copy this around. So I think the other thing is that I was thinking of how it knows what actions exist and how it knows what memories it's listening to, but I guess it's not really the case. A goal may have that. It might have a list of memories that it wants to check as part of it. I don't even know. Maybe some kind of goal that's like, oh, wait. What about a goal that requires other goals to exist? Maybe that's what it has. A goal dependency. Like a goal can only... Why would I want a goal dependency? I guess it's an optimization. A goal will only be called if another goal exists and is running. So maybe chasing... No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just this simple. I think I just keep it this simple. All right, so back to mind. We have init. We listen to actions. So this just really has an update, and I guess a delta. Oh, do senses need... No, not really. So this will track delta time. This can just do delta time equals delta, and then other senses can like read goals, and senses can know about the time that's passed. Okay, so we have that signal on action. We have an export for senses, which is just an array of behavior sense. Starts empty. I'll make sure these inits are their own arrays. What do I do? Alright, here's what I want. Senses can have like exports on them, but they're not gonna have... I mean, this can still be a copy, I guess. Okay, wait, if this is actually a resource now, does it need that? Because it will call like set senses to an array. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay, that's fine. And then does this have to store actions? Yeah, how do the goals call the actions? What do they do? Update priority just essentially reads the memories and returns a number. Perform goal has to call actions somehow. So I'd just say mind do action, and it would call the action. Yeah, I think I'll have a method called act. Which takes an action. It actually takes, I think, just a name. No. Yeah, these will be... These will have to be created. I mean, what I think I do is the action is still a resource. So I would save that to a goal. So a goal has like an action list. It would be up here. It'd be like action accelerate or action set speed as an export. And I would put the goal in and I would drag that. I would drag in that action resource. And then I could set what I want to happen. So if I have a goal that's like increase speed, an increase speed goal, I would give it the action to increase speed, and I would set like how much I want it to, how much of that I want it to, what value I want it to call, I guess. Or maybe not even that. I don't know, I guess I can set it up any way I want, really. This is just intended to be called by the goals. I guess I can also do some enforcement there too. If I know I'm not currently running the action phase and a goal tries to perform an action, I would reject it. Yeah. This will be for development only. Or maybe some kind of like debug mode. Like if we're in a debug release, then this is... I don't know, ideally I think what all this should be is probably like an add-on that's just written in C++, so then I can actually compile it differently. Okay. So an update, called during the physics frame to do behavior stuff, I don't know. So first thing we do is we go through the senses. Pretty simple there. I guess I can actually do this too. I can set, let me do something here. Var locked. I was thinking about trying to enforce it so only senses are allowed to modify memories. Behaviors are not. And just do it in save. Although I can't really stop him from doing get memory reference and then modifying it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is, like I said, it is still just for development, so. And I guess I don't need that. Then I would do, for each goal, I need to store a list here. So I have how do I do priority sorting? Does dictionary give me some kind of sorting method? I don't really know. We have sort. Sorts the dictionary in ascending order by key. The final order is dependent on the less than comparison between keys. So I guess I can use a dictionary of numbers. Yeah. But I would like to keep this. Keep it small. So this is an underscore. I can't reserve things. Okay. Tough. Wait, make read only. Nah. Yeah, nah. So what I'll do is I'll say I guess I don't need to set a value because I don't have it yet. The priority self. Priority is greater than 0. Then I will do party list. I guess I do if priority list has that priority, then I will do if party list. I guess this is a variant, so Is it variant? Type array. That's what I'm looking for. Type of returns an int. I can just do isArray. Never mind then. All right. I was thinking maybe I couldn't, but I guess I can. We had the goal. Otherwise, priority list set priority to value and goal. I guess I can do if priority is less than 1. Continue. If we have it, we have to do this check. Otherwise, priority list set priority and goal. Maybe do this. Right. If value is away, value append goal. That was priority list set priority value and goal. Okay. And now what I would do is is action phase is true, and then go through each goal. So for, or I guess I sort it actually. Priority list sort. Okay. Ascending order. So what I would do is for I guess task in priority list values reversed, or not even reverse. I would just do priority list size. I want to start at 0, or I want to start at this value. -1, -1. Right. Starts from B, increases by steps of S, and stops before N. So yeah, this is a reverse iterator. Cool. So if task is array, then I would go through each task. I don't have type safety here. I can just do T as behavior goal. Yeah, this works. Perform actions self. Okay. Okay. This is process senses to update memories. Get goal call order and then perform goals. And then we'll just clear it. Okay, and I think that's it for all this. So now I would just I would write my actions and goals and memories. Okay, so I guess let's start with that. So I think this would just be I was thinking like character memory. It stores a list of characters that it's aware of, that it's seen. So I guess that actually makes sense, right? Just character memory. Stores a list of characters known. Just stores a list of characters. Must implement a name and other inherited abstract methods. So first of all, I just do name. Hit down. This is not a debug name. Character. And it needs to implement name, right? And this will store an array of character base. I think this can actually like be packed. What is packed data container? Deprecated. Ah. Container ref? Maybe it should be, I think it's like int 64. Let me just check RID. Yeah, in 64s. Okay. I'm going to do get instance. Instance from ID. Oh. Get instance ID and then, okay, so it's actually, when they say int, what do they mean? Alright, whatever. Probably in 64, so is instance ID valid? I guess I can just do this. Was I do that? ID, and then if object is instance of actually I guess I could just write this. Return instance from ID as character base. And it would return null. Cool. So there's a character memory. So now let's do new folder. This will be a Can a sense perform an action? No, it just knows the owner and the character and stuff like that. Okay, that's all it needs. What all can vision do? I guess I should just treat it pretty generically. Sees, I don't know, just sees things. Sees things, yeah, sure, it just sees things. Yeah, I use the const name so I can access, so I can say behavior memory character dot name is what I do there. Yeah, get memory and it returns a behavior memory. Can I pass class types around? Just get class. Is class. Alright, kind of silly. It would be nice. This is why like C++ would be nice here, because I could use templates. Ooh. Does this need a name, though? I think this doesn't actually need a name. Yeah, this doesn't senses don't actually need names. Let's stick with pass for now. So I guess this will just be called target groups. I could say maybe it actually does make sense to use names, because then I could do get sense and get goal. So maybe the zombie knows that there's certain data it wants to set on the sense. No, I think I'm just reworking it so the sense is fully responsible for that. So it would create the zombie, then run into... Actually, yeah, it would still have to run... It would still have to get this, so... Yeah, let's give these names. Who has names? Wait, who has names? Unique name of this sense type. And then I want the same thing for goal. So I can say get goal, right? Do I have get actions though? No, because goals will create the actions to be called. But yeah, I do need get action and get goal. Or get sense and get goal. Would I create multiple goals of the same type? What's an example of that? An example of that might be... Alright, I had one idea. An example of that might be having two schedules. So maybe I have a schedule goal, and I have one for one day of the week and one for another day of the week. Or like a time of day schedule. So I have one schedule that I want to run only during the day hours and one schedule that I run only during night hours. I mean, alright. I feel... Okay. I don't think I have... Alright. I think it's possible. I think I may have a reason to have multiple senses that are the same type. So I might have two vision senses. One vision sense only detects certain types, another vision sense only detects other types, and I would toggle on that sense, maybe from a goal or something, and I'll turn it on and off. So that could be why I have two senses of the same type, which would result in me only being able to retrieve one possible sense. So I guess it's still fine to... What am I doing? I guess it's still fine to have these methods here. But I need some other way to I need some other like helper to get me a list of these. Or maybe some extra specifier on the sense. I don't know. Maybe I could have an ID number. So senses and goals have an additional ID name or ID modifier. Maybe just an additional name. Maybe this could also just be an export. I don't know. I feel like if I make multiple ones of the same type, I'll be doing it in the inspector. I mean, obviously I'll be doing it in the inspector. But I'd want to like type in a name or a number from code when I'm calling get senses. That would be coming off of an action that might be like enable sense or like toggle sense, and I would pass true or false to turn it on or off. Okay. Here's something. Here's something I'm actually going to change. No longer, I think, a signal. This is going to be on character base. I'm going to have a particular method that has to be called. In fact, I can kind of do this now. I can say this is abstract. There's some things here. Handle action. It's an action. Behavior action. Okay. Okay. So I still have action phase. If not action phase, return. But down here, the mind knows the character base, so certain things can already be done. Maybe there's a, like, I'll just do this. If parent, say if parent and parent handle action, return. Otherwise, this is like, So I guess you do a switch, or sorry, a match. Match. Action. Match action. Is there... Is there a one for matching types? Hmm. I was thinking about types. It would be like var, when. Let me check. Is as a match pattern. Yeah, okay, I guess that's all I get. Okay. Alright, so sense. We just start with cannot resolve class behavior sense. What are we talking about? What did I do? Oh, I didn't finish this. I think I just hit save here and then that all goes away. Nope. Now it goes away. Cool. How do okay, yeah, so how do I differentiate two senses? I guess debug name is usable. Then I guess maybe it shouldn't be in debug. Maybe we can just say alt name. Hmm. I'll call it code name. Differentiating senses. Now let's call it code name. Go to goal. Okay. I think it's all I need. One second. Okay. All right. It needs to implement name. Yes, of course it does. Did I not already write this? I think you just crashed it. I think you just straight up crashed. What is that? It just straight up crashed. Are you serious? That is such a weird crash. It like read ahead. Yeah, what? It like read the comment that's part of the signature for the function. That's really weird. That's a new one. Okay. I was gonna say, why is it actually not opening? Okay, what is happening there? That is really weird. Crazy bug. Crazy bug. That's a wild one. It's crashing again. I'm not even going to give it a chance. I'm just going to close it right away. It's crashing again. Nuts. And then it takes a really long time to come back. That is extra. That is extra cooked. I think it's just bad because wow, that's really bad. That is very, very bad. I mean, this is how they say that you're supposed to do abstract, right? Yeah, this is what they say to do. Interesting. That's a really crazy error. I feel like it's not even something that you miss. Like I don't know why that's happening. That's, I mean, to me that's not something you just miss when you're testing it. Like that's the first thing I would do. Oh, can it handle multiple functions? Like does that open correctly? All right, anyway, I was on vision. So we have target groups, then we have an FOV. I need to reopen character base because some of this code might be coming out. I feel like it should be taken out of here. Well, I mean, I guess the idea is that you're only running it against the vision sense. Gets a all right, I need to, a lot of this logic is coming out of here. I'm thinking about like, okay, but how can I keep it here and just, that's a little bit spaghetti, I think. To keep it here. I think this can essentially just be a static method, so that way in case I want it, I can access it from the sense. And yeah, the sense would be set up, the resource would be set up so it has the same, a lot of the same stuff basically. Eyes, things like that. If I want to retrieve the sense from another character base for some reason, then I can, that's possible. I could say zombie.mind get sense vision, right? And I would have its vision sense and I could see all of its, a lot of information about it. And I could change it if I want. I can disable it, all that stuff. Right. I will be right back. Gotta take the dog out. I'm back. Where am I at? Character-based test vision. I think I just straight up pulled this out. Yeah, I think I just want to pull all of that out. Can paste it here. So it'll be a static. Test vision on character. Vision debug. Right. I mean, I guess I just pull these out. I move it all into here. Okay, so we're gonna have vision. FOV. I mean, does this need to be a static function? Nah, let me not make it a static function. So we have FOV. I'm going to go into character base and pull all this stuff out because it's all going to be unused now. And this should just really cut down on this monolithic stuff here. I don't have a character, I don't have a class that is like absolutely ginormous. So I will have high paths, site point paths. This will come down here. This all needs to be above that, though. Ooh, this is a bit, all right, this is a bit interesting. This is actually pretty unique to character base. So some of the stuff is gonna, yeah, okay, so some of the stuff is gonna come off of here. I think those go away. Because we're essentially just setting a range and an FOV, and then groups. Character base can have this back. So they can stay as Node 3D. Okay. The sense is called every frame, so this can probably be applied there. The eye is all I really need out of this. So I can take this out of physics process now, and I don't have to call super anymore. This can come out. Let me just throw that in here. Okay. So vision needs It has a parent. Let me do range. Okay. And then I think what I do here is I just say these would be values that have to be kind of set. Or I guess they can still be exported. I don't think I actually make these exports. Just have eye position and eye direction. And I move these back over here, right? High sight points, yeah. Okay. Sorry. So I don't need to do that. If we don't have one, create one. It has range and FOV. I do I guess I can set an eye, debug vision eye. So I guess here I can say if not, so all this stuff with vision in front is not needed anymore. Debug. Vision eye. Do that. Okay. This should just be debug eye. Great. It's all converted. Test vision character. If not other. This needs. I guess, yeah, it actually does just need B. Well, no. Okay, yes, it does need this. Oh wait, what is it? What does it need? 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 No, it just gets from and to. Because it also needs to exclude them from the raycast. That's a big thing. It needs to exclude these from the raycast. Eye position. Okay. So I transform. I just actually take those out. This I kind of have to do. Actually, eye position will be, yeah, from his eye position, target's eye. eye position will be relative location to see from, relative to relative to I'll just say relative to the character. Direction of the eye. Relative to the character. Okay. So this would have to be handled. I guess this stays in the character base, because it still does manage. Yeah, this one has to do this. So yeah. If I is empty, return. Let's do eight eyes. Don't need delta here. What do I have? I'm at character base. Test vision got deleted. Oh, really? Test vision was responsible for that. Hello again, Yelia. Did this one not have a requirement for physics process? Dang. All right, let me just call it update eyes. Leave it a function here. Next eye. Yeah. I'll do it here. I'll track eyes, sight points, Maybe I don't really have... No, I think I want this. I think I want this. Okay, I want this. I want this. Put this back. Not there, though. I'll just call it here. Update eyes. Okay. And here's the big thing. Every character has every character has a mind up here. Okay. Okay. Cool, all that, and then I would say vision, eye position, jeez, eyes, eye index, global transform, origin, and I think this has more of the rest of it. Okay, I actually deleted those lines, so I already had it open, so I didn't need to do that. Eye origin and negative basis Z. Good. Cool. Ready if mind so to do parent to self. What else do I have to set? I think that's kind of it. Yeah. That's all I set there. Okay, so updates eyes. We just get the primary vision sense and we toggle the eye. We set its information. This should probably be its own method now, because this is just to produce a list of targets to go to. So yeah, now I would do return I'm gonna have it would do this. Right. And then I guess yeah, I guess I pass in like an initial query. Low 32 array. Why do I have target size? Right, because I have results here. Debug. Hmm. Yeah, I use I because I need this. And then this create thing is a little bit annoying. Do I just have to do this again? Have to... think I just do this. There we go. Is that a spider in your wall? No. Wow, you didn't even look. There's no way, if there actually was a spider, there's no way I think you could see it on the camera. Yeah. That's why I didn't look. There's a wall behind you. What? No way. That's crazy. What am I doing here? Test vision targets. I'll do this. I hate this. I really hate this, but whatever. You're bored? Do something. Me if take bug enabled, else no. Return results. Results are modified. I want the world to do something for me. I have to get lunch, actually. I'm kind of skipping it right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get lunch. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. Chair finished the raycasting for him. It's already done. Just setting up like an AI system. Anyway, I've got food. I'm gonna eat. Actually, I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm back and I'm gonna eat. You got a ham sandwich with pepper jack cheese and Thai chili sauce. I don't write spaghetti code. I write perfect code. What do you mean the mic is not fooling you? What about it? I was wondering if somehow that's what you were referring to, and I'm glad I was right. What are you doing to him? Are you speaking in riddles and driving him crazy? I'm resisting the urge to mention AI. Alright, well, I'll be right back. I'm back. Shouldn't we just watch the trailer while eating? I'll watch it now. Why not? Hi doggy, feeling okay? Yes. I hope. What was it? What was it called? Kingmaker. Why are there two official trailers and one of them is a minute longer than the other one? There's a weird suggested video. Should I do this one, or there was one that was like 2 minutes? Release date trailer? Announcement trailer? 2 minutes?
We don't know where he came from, but I'll tell you, he built our village into a city. He's the one who trained our army, who grew us into an empire. I don't know where he's from, but if you think you can stop him, you're already dead.
That's a pretty powerful car. That's actually ridiculous. You have guns in like medieval war.
I hope he can save his.
I refuse to believe they'll make this work with a good performance. I mean, they're playing it. This is gameplay. This face though, I don't know why. These eyes really remind me of this guy. I don't know why, they just do. That's what I keep thinking of whenever I see this. History Channel, yeah. That was a good comment. History Channel after midnight. Pokemon slavery with Power World. They announced it a year ago? 2024. Oh, was it early access? No, this was 4 months ago. This is 2025. Multiplayer? crazy stuff that does look really cool. Okay. Van? Why are you calling it a van? It's a truck. It's clearly a truck. That's not a van. Hello. Halo. Hello. The ever wanted. Where am I at here? I'm still just wiring this up, right? Okay, so some of this is going to come from... I need a bit of stuff from here. English is my fourth language. Okay. What part of AI are you working on? I'm setting it up so I can use like resources. Essentially, the zombies get senses so they can see and hear. One of them is going to be more intelligent and he's going to be able to like smell and like, I don't know. Goals, so chase player, attack player, avoid certain things, or just travel somewhere. And then actions, so like what actually happens. Stuff like that. Like a bit more, just like a generic AI system. So I don't have to write much code. I can just set up resources and be like, here's who you chase, right? Stuff like that. I've already got it so that they can see and stuff like that. Now I'm just moving it into actual resources so I can modify it without touching code. Currently working on AI, it's a nightmare, but I'm getting there. I think it's really interesting. I think AI is a really interesting and fun problem to work on. I'm not doing anything too complex though. So I wouldn't know what kind of nightmare you're having. Where am I at? That can go away. That doesn't happen. This. Do I... Yep. Alright, all of this is going to go to like memory and things like that, so that's going to go away. I guess I'll have to move in timers at some point. Because I need to keep this. Specifically because navigation, this will be an action. I guess that would just be on the... No. 2D, 3D. Wait, sorry. Am learning. Been focusing on AI, a lot of factor to consider while making them. I guess. I don't have too many, I think. I've already got like the whole system plotted out in my mind. So it feels really straightforward for me. 2D or 3D? It's 3D. I don't think I can run it right now. But I guess I'll see. No, it won't run right now. I've got errors. But essentially the idea is you have this huge map that you're going around. There's a town. There's a town here, which I guess is going to be like the focus of the game, is where you're going to spend all your time. You collect weapons, kill zombies, and try not to die. That's the game so far. I've got all the guns set up. I'm just going through AI right now. Finally start having a game, some gameplay, instead of just shooting zombies who very plainly chase you. Unturned. Now, I recognize that name, but there's so many zombie games. Oh, this one. Okay. I never played this one. I don't think I played this one. I might have. It only looks like it only has blocks right now because this is just, you know, house, right? This orange block is house. I have an actual zombie standing around here somewhere. What is happening to frame rate right now? Oh my god. What is going on? I'm assuming there's some tool running that's really, really laggy right now. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh. Yeah, that would be it. Godot can handle about 10,000 errors before it starts lagging, so that's what was going on there. I just gotta leave that closed. I can't look at that right now. Another bug. Fortunately, not a bug. Do not see my map. Black boxes on top of each other, labeled main map. Yeah, that's the stage I'm at right now. Just boxes. Can you make a trailer too many nights? If I can have as many zombies running as they had enemies in that game, I would be happy. But I don't think I'm going to have that many. I don't think I'm going to target that many. Okay, so this thing is kind of... I would really like to keep this cached, I think. But I don't know who owns this. Maybe the world could own this. How's Godot? I was trying to think that Godot is more focused on 2D. I think it definitely is more focused on 2D. I haven't done anything with 2D though, but the 3D is really, really good. I definitely wouldn't say that 3D, like I said, I haven't used 2D yet, but I just from what I've used so far, I wouldn't say that I feel like the 3D part is lacking. It's pretty good. Like, I think the only annoying thing that I've really run into so far has been navigation meshes and animation. Animation's a little bit weird. but it's not like unusable stuff. Oh, their vehicle body is really not good. It's like a decade old and incomplete still. I use a different, I would run it, I can't run it right now. I use a different vehicle system. When I started game dev, I joined college public programs for game dev. They introduced me to Godot. Oh, that's cool. I didn't think Godot was like, would be something they would have in schools. Road to Vostok is being made by Godot in Godot. I guess I gotta look that up because I don't know what that is. Just because of the title, is this a oh, single player? Surrounded. What a silly name. Yeah, the engine is definitely a tool. Unless it's Unreal Engine, then, you know, running good is like a high bar for an Unreal Engine game. If your Unreal Engine game runs good, then that's like an achievement on its own. Stop right there. I'm on UE5. Yeah. Look at Arena Breakout. I can't be getting too distracted here. Yeah. Why does this screenshot look like that? Is this a mobile screenshot? Oh, there's two different ones. There's Arena Breakout and then Infinite. I'm guessing this is a different game. There's a mobile version that actually looks good. I guess for mobile, yeah. Although unfortunately, mobile is not a PC. Alright. I am fully broken on focus here. Fantastic. Fantastic in performance. That's, yeah, like I said, I feel like typically Unreal Engine games, maybe not for like smaller studios, like it seems like AAA struggles to make an Unreal Engine game that is performant. Okay, what do I need here? I need this. But who owns this? Who owns this? Because I'm sure it's definitely not... Okay, if I have like 10 zombies and they all run this at the same time, that's pretty bad. I don't know. Moog theme? Yep. I was thinking the world can own this. But there's no guarantee that every zombie has the exact same kind of target list. They turn Nanite Lumen on and call it a day. Yeah. Some of them, what was it? Okay, I should remember this guy's name. 1 second. Yeah, look at me getting distracted again. Can't find it. Found it. Threat Interactive, I think. He was just going over how was it him? Maybe it was someone else. But it was something about Resident Evil F and how on like the latest GPU you can maybe get 60 FPS consistently. And if you're on high settings, you have to like, for most setups, you have to turn on resolution scaling or dropping your quality to hit 60. Randy Bitchfork. What? Something bugs me about Thread Interactive. Dude, his thumbnails are crazy. Digital Foundry, unsubscribe now. Kingdom Come Deliverance is the electricity's casting lightning. There's a nuke going on behind him. I mean, I was just saying that their thumbnails are really good. That's all I was saying. Alright. Figure it out. Who? Maybe when he talks he uses we. I mean, I would need an example for that. But he works for a company, and he doesn't make... He's the guy who reads the script, but he doesn't make the videos alone. I say he works for a company. He owns a company, right? The guy bugs me. Okay, here's my thought. I can make it a memory of potential targets. But then what does that mean here? Because I think I still want to have target groups in... Nah, that's, I mean, that feels like it's making, that feels like I'm making spaghetti now. If I have a memory that is just, I mean, okay, so I already have character memory. I do already have this. What does potential targets do? It just, okay, so the reason that I want to try to find a way to optimize this is because wherever it is. Okay, well, I have so much code that I've lost it, so maybe it's in here? It's more the fact that it does... It's more the fact that it does this. It gets every node in every group you have in target groups and stores that as an array. So it's a lot of array updates here. It could be a lot of array updates. I mean, generally, the only thing they're looking for is a single group called zombie target group. And there's only one thing in that group, which is you, the player. But even still, I feel like this needs to be optimized because there's going to be another part where potential targets could be quite a large list. Is your game multiplayer? No. I am operating under the assumption that I will make it multiplayer. So I'm not like making... I'm not trying to make anything too crazy that's going to be hard. Something will come out about him, like Pirate Software. He's very active in UE5 forum. He's claiming they're making a fork of UE5 that's going to magically fix everything. I don't know if he said that. I know he's talking about that he's using his own version of UE5, but his idea is that he wants to fix the engine. He wants UE5 to be like a successful engine. But he thinks that a lot of people who are maintaining it suck. So yeah, potential targets will be just the player initially, but zombies will be able to see other zombies, which means, you know, that list grows to as many zombies as there are in the world instantly. So even if I were to do staggered updates, that's still creating a big array and then possibly making it more than once. Actually, I wonder if I can... No. Maybe. Alright, here's the thought. So I can have... No, that doesn't work either. Memories are just are strictly unique things. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's essentially what this does. It does call get nodes in group, which this group thing is cached. But this part is not. I mean, maybe it's already good enough, right? Just because of the fact that it's cached, maybe it's already good enough. And I'd be getting... I mean, this is also technically not... this is a copy, but it's not like... It's not a big copy, right? This isn't something I can solve, but this altogether is. Yeah, we'll see. No. The problem, that's not the problem. The problem is just that I want to avoid an array copy. Because even with enough zombies, it's possible that it should be possible that two will try to query this kind of thing at the same time. And maybe what I can do is... Alright, I think the world should own this. I keep going back to it. This could keep like a dictionary of arrays and store them as values. So when I retrieve them, I'm not making any copies, I'm just getting a reference. I already have like an array of zombies, but that's just for spawning. Okay, there's been one thing that I've wanted to do for a while, and that's like make my own global class with the world. This is just the node. This is just the parent node of the level, is what this is. There's no such thing as a player reference. There are references. Objects are references. Arrays are references. But particularly in this case, you get a copy. You don't get a reference of the array. You do get an actual copy of the array. And then whenever I retrieve this, I would cache it because it's possible in the same frame. I don't know, I guess it's possible in the same frame two zombies will want to query the exact same thing. So rather than making two copies, I could just use the cached version in that case. And then I would just clear it every frame. Alright, but I think what I want is I actually want to go and have a global class here, finally. You know better. I'd like to think so. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I can show the code that I have written out. The high level code. We go through the senses, run the code. We go through the goals. The goals will read from the senses. Okay, the senses save memories. The goals read memories, and then they say whether or not they're active, essentially. And then I go through the goals in a specified order, and they pretty much just fire off actions. And then here is where I'd have some default behavior for each action, or the actual parent itself can handle it uniquely. So certain actions might only be possible in the parent. Some of them can just be done here. Because all parents are character based, so there's certain things that I could always do. So I can make a default behavior. Sometimes it might be something special for the class itself, so it's possible to do something special there. Yeah, that's what I've got set up. I'm just copying stuff out of the zombie class into these senses and goals. Red. All right. I gotta see. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. So I would like a global class. I guess I'll just make a global folder. And then it's gonna do world here. It does have to inherit node. What else do I have these both open? World and global world. Okay. So then I go project, globals, auto load, something around here. This. There we go. NG Tentai 1001. Thanks for following. Question about Linux. Think of downloading a VM. Use Linux. Currently learning C++ and some cybersecurity. What do you think are the best tools out there? Tools? Like for virtual machines? Static. If it is light productive work, do I need to tool boot? Yeah, I would just say virtual machine. Just start with virtual machine. VirtualBox is what I have used. And it's really simple. Although I've only used virtual machines for running like Windows 7 and like Windows XP. I haven't done Linux, but I'm sure it's probably easier than Windows, honestly. It's supposed to be group nodes. Expected, yeah, static var. Ubuntu. The first Linux I used was Mint, but I haven't tried anything other than Mint and Arch. But Mint, I put that on my laptop, and it was pretty good. I had my laptop on dual booting though. What are the differences? Do you mean virtual machine and dual boot, or like Linux? Because I couldn't tell you much. All I know is I used Mint before for a while on a laptop, and I use Arch now. Yeah, they should be string names, really. You could. Yeah, I can't really see the differences. The operating system is the same. It's all Linux. I would just say to use Mint. That's all that I've used. I would not say to use Arch unless you are like, yep, I'm going to use Linux from now on, and that's all I'm going to use. Like, until you're at that point, don't just get like... I think the standard response is pick anything. Pick anything. There is no better or worse. Just pick something. So essentially my idea here is I'm going to store a dictionary mapping a name to an array of nodes. And if I request multiple groups, I will check first if I have every group in here, and a group that I don't have, I add, and then I would cache that result as well. As like a combination group, or a combination array. So I'm still like not allocating a new array. And then, since this is a single node, every physics process, I will just clear it. So it only sticks around for one frame. Although I guess I could keep it around for for longer. That would save a bit more time. I could probably keep them around for 5, I bet. I feel like 5 is a good number. How many seconds is that? It's less than 1/10 of a second, so I guess, yeah, that seems fine. So this means if I were to set it to 1, it would always reset every frame. So yeah, that's right. Okay. I've got that. And this should be string name, a typed dictionary. To an array. All right, so then instead I will do get nodes in, oh, I'd have to do get tree. Oh, this is static. I guess I do... I guess I could actually do inside of init. Yeah. So do self, not that. Well, I guess if not instance, return empty array. Instance get I would do get tree nodes in group. There we go. Nodes in group. And I already forgot what I call it. It's just called group nodes. Group nodes, set, group nodes. And then I guess I'd actually do this. If not that, then I do all this. Alright, that's the right way to write this. If we don't have it, if we don't have an instance, we can't do anything. Otherwise we get it, we set it, and then we return it. Now get nodes in group will be a bit more complicated. I'm essentially just going to run get nodes in group for everything that I don't have. I guess what I do... Okay, so my thought with combining these is I will create another array, but how do I merge the names? How do I key the names together? Supposed to be something here, like underscore multi-group. And then I think what I do is I will sort the names. So it does it in place, which sucks. I don't want to do that. Wait a second, group. Sorry, let me see this. Hash. 32-bit int, a 32-bit hash. Oh my gosh. A 32-bit hash representing the string's contents. $32-bit. Is a hash faster than combining strings? Do I have like groups join? What can I do with an array? Is there a packed string array? Probably not. That wouldn't really make any sense. There is. How? Ah, there is join. Okay. Alright, I'm fine with that actually. I kind of wish... Whatever. Sort. It has to be sorted so that a different ordering of the same group names creates the same key. Cannot get return value of sort. Oh, well, I guess since they're actually string names, then... That's actually not so bad. Because those should just be like pointers, basically. I mean, strings are pointers, but... Yeah, you know. You know what I mean. So I get a key. The only question is here is, what if I do... What if I search... What if I do a call that's like get group A and B, get nodes in groups A or B, and then I do another call that's get groups in A or B or C. In theory, the optimal thing to do is to find A and B combined, and then merge that with C. I'm not going to worry about that. That would be optimal. I'm not going to worry about that. Because that's a pretty hard problem to solve, right? That's pretty difficult. Is that? I would search for every combination. Do I need to write that? Okay, alright. This is just supposed to be a small optimization if I really want to go crazy. If this turns out to be some wild bottleneck, I can go crazier. I think this is good enough for now. That's like probably an hour plus for me to get that kind of thing figured out. I don't need to. Okay. Get key. If we don't have it, so I guess say if group nodes has key. I guess I'd actually say if we don't have it. If we don't have it, then we're going to make it. And we'll just call this. Okay, very simple. We just add them all together. And then E to the multi-group. And then I return it. Okay. Right, that's all I needed. Now I could do mind or sense, vision, jumping all around, zombie, and then I need. So the caching is going to be handled for me now. Anywhere do I call this right now? Do vision. I think it's just going to be, what would this be? Global world, get nodes in groups. Too many functions. Target groups. And we only want character base. Target groups. Argument one should be array string name, but is array string. I mean, whatever. I just know this is what this should be. Technically, I don't have do vision anymore. Okay, let me just cut all this out. And this just goes here. Do vision. No longer doing that. Vision is going to be something like this. So I want to have a rate that this sense updates. Maybe that's a good thing to pull out here. That seems like a pretty common thing I'm going to do. I think I already said this before and I just never got to writing it. Export. Yeah, I think sense rate should be handled by mind for that. Yeah. Start with 30. What is it? What is it? Tick rate, a higher value is faster. So it should be 2, twice per second. Okay, so I was gonna say tick rate, but I've always been keeping track of stuff as like a counter. So to me, 2 would mean every 2 ticks I check this. But tick rate generally means how many times per second. So 2 would mean 2 times per second. So it'd be actually every 30 ticks. This is a weird name. Let me call it frequency. Let me just straight up, just frequency. Look, I even used the word frequency. So this would be 30. And then I would have a counter here. Hey, Prosto Carilo. And this will be tick timer. And this will count down. So I guess I don't really know where to put this function. I don't know why it's not scrolling anymore. I have to keep scrolling down. Hello. So then here, I would say if sits tick, then I run it. Okay. So that will allow me to limit these. Limit them well. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that in here. I just do it. Okay. So targets will be array of character base. They would really just be array of node, actually. Yeah, I just want array of node. Not doing that. Well, I guess I would actually have to, yeah, oh. Okay, so the character memory, my idea was, as I see them, I add them to the list. The way I wrote it before was I would clear this list, and then I would add them when I see them. However, would I need another sense that like forgets or something? Or the memory forgets? How do they forget? How do they forget about something that they don't see? I guess a way to do it would be to store a character list, but next to timers that count down. So when I try to add the same one to the list, we just reset the timer. And the memory is like decaying, right? It's counting this value down, and then eventually it removes it from the list. However, there is a thing with pathing. If I allow you to remember a character for 5 seconds, how does a pathing know that you can't actually see them unless you don't actually know where they are? So maybe my idea with the memory is just bad, or just incomplete. I guess it could also store just flags as well. It could just say, here's the counter. Have I seen them? Have I heard them? I was thinking for a second, how do you remember the last location? But I guess that would probably be like its own memory. And it's not even necessary because navigation would still have the last position that it tried to navigate to. Villager sound. Would it be different? Would character memory just be like, who do I see? Maybe it does just like store a bunch of information about a character. Maybe that's what it does. It tracks stuff like where I last saw them. Maybe this could be like custom data attached to the character. But then that pulls away from what I'm trying to do here, where everything is like, everything is defined, right? I didn't even right away to add a character yet. So there's that. Okay. Alright, let's say this. Let's say alongside each character, I have maybe not even a countdown of me being aware of them. Maybe just, do I see them, right? When was the last time I saw them? Where were they? Where was I? Right? The thing that gets me is I don't want to start using a dictionary, and I also don't just want to start blowing up a single memory. I don't in the future just want to be like, oh, I need to know also what time of day it was, You know, not even just what time, but like what time of day it was. How much health did I have when I saw the character, right? I don't want to do that. Because that starts making this thing heavier. Because this is supposed to be a resource. This would be saved. Actually, I guess it technically wouldn't be saved yet, but whatever. In the event that it's saved, I can't blow it up, right? It's also a memory thing. I'm assuming that I would have to stash every time I create one of these memories. I'd have to say, all right, Zoo Zombie, here's a bunch of data that you're never going to use because you're only going to be like tracking something simple. I mean, I guess in that case, it would be smart to just use a dictionary, because then they only save exactly what they need to know. But now it becomes like I said, it breaks away from this, where I have specific names for the values, and I'm not going to do any typos, I'm not going to make a mistake. I'm going to make fewer mistakes. I'm also hesitant to just make more memories, you know? A character list, a list of where I was the last time I saw a character, a list of character positions. Oh man, I don't know. Okay, how can I have a sparse array? That's more what I'm looking for, right? I want a sparse array. I guess as a dictionary just with numeric keys, right? Okay, maybe this is how I solve it. So I still have my list of characters. But then I would just have a value, a variable with a certain name that says last locations. And it's a dictionary. And it connects character IDs. It connects character IDs to their last location. So now I essentially have the effect of a sparse array, with still a smaller footprint, right? Because an empty dictionary is just a null pointer, right? It's a pointer, but then there's actually no data there. Okay, I think that sounds right. That's how I do it. Now the question is, what was I... Yeah, let me do like character scene, and it has a time that you last saw them. Would it actually just be a packed N64 array? It could be a big array, so a dictionary would be better. What about a set? Actually, hang on. Do we have sets? No, because I want to store the time, so it does have to be a dictionary. Alright. Int to int, I guess. When I do type dictionaries, does it actually save any space? Okay, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it just doesn't matter. Maybe it straight up doesn't matter. These are resources, so... No, I have to like initialize them with empty values. Hey, Danwin. I just want to be totally sure that it's not being dumb. Oh, wait a second. And it is called after I load. So if I wanted to save these, it wouldn't work. Alright. I think for this it's fine. I think it's actually fine. Also, these can't even be null in the first place. So I don't know why I'm wasting my time with that. Scene characters. I have a scene location. So I need to see them. I need to know that I've seen them when I last saw them. I need to know where they were. I guess I also need to know... maybe character location can store... an orientation as well. If I just store a forward vector, is that all I need? Is that all I need? Probably. Yeah. What else do I need to know about a character I've seen? I think for the location, it probably even makes sense to say where you were standing, where they were standing, and which way they were facing. So that I could even have like 3 vector threes. Okay. What else? There's a time. Maybe I'll even say characters seen, or characters time of day. I don't really know if I'm going to use it right now, but I think I may want it for the smart zombie. If he sees the player, he's gonna remember like even what time of day it was. And perhaps try to revisit the same location in the future if he loses the player at roughly the same time. I feel like that would be pretty good. This will be a float. I guess I could actually not do a float. I could save it as... I mean, there's no memory difference. Actually, there is a memory difference. No, there's not. Scene. I think I can actually take that out and just say time of day. Okay, what I was thinking for here with int was doing seconds, epoch seconds. But the problem is if I do it as a save file, you play the game, you close the game, you open it like a week later. I can't use that data because this is like a month old. It's going to say, oh, I saw this guy a week ago. Even though in the game it's been no time at all. So I think when I store this value, I have to save something quite different. What about... Okay. Okay. I'm getting something here. There is a difference between seeing a character, hearing a character, and in the case of the intelligent zombie, they can smell you, which I just say smell as in if they're within a certain radius, they have better and better guesses of where they think you are. So when they're close to you, they can find you pretty quick. If they're farther away, they might wander closer to you over time, just because they can smell you. So there's a difference between all that. The thing is, if I have this location and time of day, these can change depending on if the most recent one was from hearing or seeing. So I would even have, I saw him at this time of day at this location. I heard him at this location at this time of day. I thought I smelled him at this location at this time of day. That kind of thing. The way I have it set up now is that I have seen, which is just a time, like an engine time or a game time. Then I have location, which I thought was just going to be for everything. You only know the location if you see them. But I guess the location can also be... How do I do that? How do I do that? I could just do like a packed byte array and serialize it. Maybe that makes more sense. Maybe it would be like tracking a log. So I would keep a packed byte array of a log of things that have happened. of data relevant to a character. I think that's it. Okay, that's it. That's definitely it. Definitely it. So it would be a dictionary. Of int to a fact byte array, and I would serialize it. So I would call character scene, like add character scene, add that I saw a character, add that I know they were at this location, add that I was at this location, add that they were at this location, add that it was this time of day. And when I read through the logs, I would say, I might say something like get last seen, and it would return, okay, I guess this is probably where a dictionary has to come out of it, but yeah, how do I, okay, so I have a log, how do I interface with the log? How do I ask it questions? What questions am I going to ask? I'd want to ask, do I see the player right now? Or I guess a better question is, when was the last time I saw the player? When was the last time I saw this character? Another question, how much of a log do I keep? Do I remember things for a certain amount of time? Or do I only remember like the last 100 things? Maybe it's probably both. Maybe I can only remember like 50 things at a time, and I remember them for some number of hours, I guess. I guess in the smart zombies case, it would be hours. While the regular zombies, they probably only remember any information about you for maybe minutes. Maybe more like seconds. Okay. All right, what questions am I asking? I don't know, what I want is for it to be kind of organized for me. I think maybe what I do is I do like start log, and I add data onto like a single event, or I say start event, and I add data to my event. And then I end the event. So I might say, for vision, start an event, log the character, their position, time, pretty much everything, right? I just got literally everything all at once. For hearing, all right, log my location, log how loud it was, log which direction I thought it came from, right? For the intelligent zombie, a smell, so when you're close to a player, log that it was here, that, I mean, it's essentially just sound, but without sound. So, kind of the same thing there. It's a funny way to say it. It's essentially sound, but without sound. It's a very similar sense to sound. And then when I ask it the question, I would say, I want to know the last sighting event. Give me the last time we saw him. Give me the last time we heard him. And maybe if I have incomplete data, a goal, or a sense, it would be a goal reading this. If I have some incomplete data, I'm like, all right, this isn't enough information. Let me get like the second to last time I saw him. Something like that. Right? Right. All right, I think I get it. Get character, at some index. How does this work? Behavior memory character. We do count. I'm at size. Okay, then I'll have character logs. So to get character, I think I want to do start event for a character. This will return a packed byte array. Alright, this is some crazy serialization stuff, but I can do it. I think it's storage, which is just to property serialize and save. Yeah. Right, so those get saved now. Start event, and return a packed byte array. I'm gonna need some constants here. I guess I can just do constants in... Actually, Whatever. So, packed byte array. Generally, when serializing, the first thing you want to do is you want to save. How much? Wait, so how much can a byte save? How much do I reserve for a byte? I think I just reserve, I guess, just an integer amount. So I say, all right, character, these are just logs. Bytes. Back to byte array. Bytes dot append. What I'm looking for encode. What is append? Is append just appending a single byte? I guess I just do resize. Oh, I need a notification. Is there like a before save on a resource? Before Savo. This is not a Google, so this is not going to work anyway. So I would definitely like to compress this on save. Let me look at packed. Packed byte array. Oh, this might be good. Never mind. Maybe something here? Zip archives? No. Data types to an array of bytes efficient. Right, I'm storing the... Okay, the socialization works. I'm storing the number of events, or the number of data points in the event. That's what I'm looking for. But also, I still wanted to know if this compress thing. They have a sample of like what. Okay. How do I, wait, how do I make this? Okay, I guess I just need to search it directly. Maybe they do it for me. Do you have any ideas? No, of course you don't. That sucks. That sucks. I don't know how to do this. You're just a bush. Oh, this would be post-initialize. Would it be? No. You got no ideas too? I need to compress this. It's like fine enough that I'm doing it. I'm doing serialization, but I really need to say like, oh, we're saving? Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna say forget it for now. Forget it for now. Can't do it. When I get into actual saving, then I can add this. Because I have an idea of when I'm saving. I think the general idea is that you do a more custom thing with resources, where you ask if a resource wants to save, and if it does want to save, then it returns some data. It returns what it wants to save, I guess. Not that you just rely on saving the resource straight up as it is. So I need 4 bytes. $32, 4 bytes, 0, 0. Okay. Actually, I guess I could just pass in the bytes. Maybe that's this feels better. This feels better. When I resize, I actually want to resize for 12. The first one is gonna be A U32. I'm looking for instance ID, or actually I think it was already on there. Character, instance ID. Okay, they don't say it there. They don't say it there. Why don't they say if this is a... whatever. What does Pot of Greed do? I know what it does. Doesn't it allow you to draw 3 more cards from your deck or something? Isn't that exactly what it does? You could use 64 at 0, and then at 8, I encode this. Alright, let me just start doing constants here. Three. Two cards. Okay, not 3. Yeah, let me actually do data ID offset instead. Yeah. Explain why it was banned. I don't know why it was banned, but I know it's because of its effect that it's banned. Who made, like, was this a meme where they had like someone's turn lasting, like he won the game in one turn because he had so many Pot of Greed lined up that he was able to just draw his whole deck? Or draw enough of the deck to win. I feel like maybe banning is too much if it's actually like fully banned. Maybe you get 1 Pot of Greed. You can have 1 Pot of Greed in your deck. You're allowed 1. That's not a real thing. One can only have 3 of the same card? Okay. It was VR chat, wasn't it? It was some VR chat video. Someone was playing VR, doing Yu-Gi-Oh! In VR chat, and they kept... And I draw a pot of greed. Draw 2 more cards from the top of my deck. Pot of greed is extremely good. Every deck would have it, even if it was just 1. Yeah. So you're allowed to just have 1. Why not? Okay, so I want to resize to at least this large. Data. ID offset. Data. Count offset. What does this mean? This ID is only useful during the current session. Oh. Well, what the... Well, what? What? This ID can be saved in encoded object as ID. It just said, wait, how do I know about the object run to run? Well, that just feels stupid. This doesn't work at all if I can't have a consistent... All right, let me, I guess I have to look for like Godot. All right, what do we got? What's the solution? Thanks, no solution. You don't get how good it is? It's basically a useless card that you can trade for another card and get 1 extra at no cost. So if you had a deck of 40 cards, you basically have a deck of 39 cards if you have 1 copy, making any deck more consistent. That's the thing, like why just have 1? Just be odd to have 1. Hard. Yeah. Should I use... Okay, please give me an alternative. I need to make my own ID. Baloney. Baloney. The object path. Oh. The object path would be consistent. Okay, but that doesn't really help me. I guess I have to use encode var and decode var. What do you mean has encoded var? True if a valid variant value can be decoded at the byte offset. Allow objects. Oh yeah, node path is unique. Yeah, I was just thinking, okay, but what if you have two zombies? It automatically renames them. It does not allow you to have... It does not allow you to have two objects with the same name. Paths have to be unique. So I can encode... Alright, well here's the actual issue. After I do that, int, it returns the number of bytes it added. Thanks for the documentation on that one. Guess I gotta go look at the code. Where's byte array? Okay. Is it under a variant? Type definition. So if I just have a packed array, yeah, like where do these in code come from? Let's search for it, I guess. Not a file. Okay. Encode var, return length. Awesome. That's all I need to see. So how do I know how many bytes it would take? Why is this function not defined here? Marshals. Code variant takes a buffer depth. Do we have a node path here? I guess these are simple encodings. Node path. There we go. if buffer, get name count. Okay. Subname count. Flags is absolute. Encode flags. Add 12. Return length add 12. And then for each one, it just encodes UTF-8. Otherwise, we're just counting. Had. Okay. So what I look for, encode variant? Variant. What? I was just on it. Oh, would it just be encode var size? No. Where was this? This API is exposed via the global bytes to var, var to bytes. Okay. Node path. RID is unsupported. Funny. Subname count, flags. For each name a subname. String length, string. That's pretty big, but whatever. I guess I could do bytes, append, and the reason I want to store this at the front is so that I can just call finish event bytes, and it will do everything for me. I don't have to keep passing character and bytes together. And I'd be able to set exactly what I want to set. Bytes, append. Actually, can I do encode? Codes of... Can I go out of range? Size offset is less than 0 and offset is greater than size minus 2. Okay. I guess I have to use append. I have to do... I guess I can just get the size of this as my offset. Yeah, okay. Returns the node's absolute path. It is outside the scene tree. This method fails and returns an empty node path. Okay. We append that. Oh, is it append array? Yeah. So then I would track bytes, resize, bytes, size. Yeah, byte size plus 4, or it would be... I don't have that. Count offset is 0. Count size, and then I encode I think the very first thing it does is it stores... Right, it stores the size of this right at the front. String length or new format. What? Is this like get size of that? All right, let me do this. This is kind of is a little bit annoying. All right. I can't really do like this. That's going to be annoying. Those can have really bad names. So I will store resize to path bytes size plus I have 2 ints, 2 32-bit ints. Okay. New bytes, encode U32. 0. Path byte size. Path size. And then I do set. Well, what are my options here? I would like to just copy an array into place. Copy bytes into place. I guess I don't get that. Alright, whatever. Right, well, this is just annoying, honestly. Hey, Yelia. Yellow? Yellow? Resize it to 4, encode my U32, append the array, and then resize it to path size plus 8, and then encode a U32 0. Dog. Okay. Damn. I just saw what time it was. So I actually gotta end. I do have to end stream here. I've been staying up too long. Or streaming too long. So I gotta end here. Sorry for being super abrupt. It's past 6 o'clock. It's time for dinner. It's time to, you know, have a schedule. I could literally sit here and continue going for like a while longer, and I might actually do that off stream. But for now, I gotta end stream. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching, chatting. And I'll be back tomorrow, maybe with some of this progress done, because maybe this is a little bit boring. I don't know. I really find this interesting, but anyway, that's it for today. Goodbye.